I declare the briefing session open at 6 p.m. Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting today is being held on Whadjuk Noongar Budja, and I'd like to acknowledge and pay my respects to elders past, present and future. I thank all past and present members of the community that have supported the city to better understand and value Noongar culture within the city of Wanneroo. Please note that the audio-visual proceedings of tonight's meeting will be live broadcast online with the exception of matters discussed behind closed doors. The broadcast of the proceedings of the meeting can be accessed live and on demand through the City of Wanneroo YouTube channel. Tonight, attendances are as per the record and we have no requests for electronic attendance. Councillor Berry is on a leave of absence and Councillor Coetzee is an apology this evening. Item 3, deputations. Deputations are to be presented during the briefing session at item 3 in the order of business. Deputations must relate to a report on the current briefing session agenda. Thank you, councillors. A deputation is not to exceed 3 speakers in number, and only those speakers may address the council members. Speakers of a deputation will collectively have a maximum of up to 10 minutes, dependent on the number of deputations received, to address the council members, unless an extension of time is granted. A deputation is to be in the form of a statement, and no debate or discussion on the matter is to occur. Questions from council members relating to the subject matter should be reserved until the administration has presented on the relevant report during the meeting. However, a point of clarification by a council member on a specific statement may be permitted. There is an opportunity for public question time for members at item 7 in the order of business. So our first deputation this evening. Oh, and also I think you've all been rung, the people bringing deputations, that because of the agenda this evening, the deputation time is 5 minutes instead of 8 minutes because of the size of the agenda this evening. The first speaker is Gwen Browning, and she's speaking about the proposed lease to Wanneroo Repertory Incorporated over a portion of Lot 521, Civic Drive, Wanneroo, the Limelight Theatre. That's agenda item 4.22 on 514. Thank you, Ms Browning, if you would like to give us your name and the suburb you live in. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Aitken and councillors. My name is Gwen Browning and I'm President of the Wanneroo Repertory. I'm a long-standing member and a life member. The Wanneroo Repertory has been a valuable member of the Wanneroo community for the last 50 years. Our mission is to bring quality theatre at an affordable price to the Wanneroo community and beyond. Our home has been the Limelight Theatre since 1989. Prior to that, we rehearsed in a tin shed on the Wanneroo Showgrounds and performed at the Civic Centre. The initial theatre was built partly with a grant from the federal government, the generous support of local businesses and the blood, sweat and tears of our club members. Through various grants and from our club funds, we have since added a foyer, workshop, wardrobe and storage areas to the original building. We now have a purpose-built community theatre, which is the only one of its kind in the northern suburbs and is the envy of other community theatres. A considerable amount of club funds have been ploughed back in over the years to ensure we have the best sound and lighting equipment we can afford and that we keep pace with the latest theatrical technologies available. We pride ourselves on the top quality of the shows we produce in a theatre about which we are passionate. In addition, we are just about to undertake a major refurbishment of the auditorium, which will cost in the region of $210,000, a considerable investment of funds. Part of these funds have come from a federal grant and part from a Lottery West grant, which is dependent upon the renewal of our lease. We are requesting a 20-year lease, not just to safeguard our past investments, but our continued occupation into the future. As the younger generation take over the reins of the management, we want to ensure a long-term tenancy. Our track record shows that we can be trusted to manage the facility and manage it well. I mentioned at the start that the Wanneroo Repertory is a valued member of the community. The club is run and managed by volunteers. No one gets paid. Neither do the performance, production team or front of house. A conservative estimate found that we notch up somewhere in the region of 15,000 volunteer hours per year. We have a regular patron base, resulting in sound box office numbers, ensuring a steady income. We also have regular group bookings from various retirement villages who can enjoy a performance at a discounted, very affordable rate and get a free glass of sherry into the bargain. During the dark year that was COVID, we weathered the storm well, despite only mounting 2 productions in that year. Similarly, in 2023, we had to cancel several shows due to the Wanneroo bushfires and further cases of COVID in the cast. However, we still remain a highly viable not-for-profit entity. Our next production, Puss in Boots, opens in 2 weeks and is already almost sold out. We have a strong commitment to the Wanneroo community. We have developed relationships with the Wanneroo Townsite Group, the Wanneroo Business Association, the Wanneroo Library, where we've performed several murder mysteries and Halloween events, and the Wanneroo Senior College, who regularly borrow our costumes in exchange for rehearsal space. We've hosted events by the Wanneroo Challenge Band and the Northern District's Children's Choir, and the Disabled Choir regularly use our foyer on Thursday mornings. We welcome collaboration with other not-for-profit groups. We are constantly searching for ways to interact with the community and increase membership and our audience base. Recently, we entered into a collaboration with Dundebar ECU to carry out research on internal and external stakeholders on our behalf to help improve our audience and club demographic. The first 2 groups of students have just presented their reports to us. However, Professors Katja Johansson and Verena Thomas from the School of Arts and Humanities ECU and our club committee see this as a long-term project for the ECU students with ongoing research and review. This collaboration has already led to an increase of awareness and a design to participate from the arts students at ECU, particularly in the more technical areas such as media, film production, lighting and sound, in which they are training. We welcome these young, enthusiastic people with open arms. The Wanneroo Repertory has much to offer the community, both now and long into the future. The Limelight Theatre is a unique and suitable facility in which we can do this. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Anita Patterson and Paul Greer from the City of Wanneroo for their help, advice and patience during the 18-month negotiation period which has brought us to this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your deputation. Our next deputation is from Nick Rivas-Bano about item 4.1 on the agenda. Nick, would you just like to state your name and the suburb you live in? Thank you.
Hi, my name's Nick Rivas-Bano and I live in Banksia Grove. I represent the views of Friends of East Wanneroo, a community group formed to address concerns about the Precinct 8 structure plan. Our approximately 200 supporters agree that the plan fails to meet essential standards for creating healthy, balanced communities. We urge the Council to reject the plan in its current form for the following reasons. Issue 1, the excessive clearing of endangered Banksia woodlands. Why is a plan that destroys so much high-quality bushland even under consideration? With 60% excellent, 70% of very good and 91% of good to very good vegetation marked for destruction, this plan seems to oppose the City of Wanneroo's Urban Forest Strategy 2022. This is a well-devised document that Friends of East Wanneroo support. The first key point in this document, and I quote, 1, maintain a resilient urban forest by retaining existing urban canopy where there is a risk of loss due to development. According to your document, Banksia Grove has a high priority need for urban canopy retention and protection, as well as being in the high risk category of urban heat island effect. This document also states, without trees, we cannot move into sustainable, innovative, smart cities, ways of living that are urgently needed in the face of climate change. Once trees are gone, it's a long and expensive process to replant and replace them. The city takes this seriously and we mean what we say and are going to act. It continues, We need to use what influence, power, financial resources are available to retain trees, buy trees and secure natural landscapes and nature, end quote. I hope our councillors are prepared to reject a proposal that so clearly goes against their own excellent urban forest strategy. I understand that part of Lot 5 has been approved for clearing with provisions under the EPBC Act. Regardless of this approval and any offsetting it may entail, the destruction of this much high-quality endangered bushland seems inconsistent with the Council's urban forest strategy. Issue 2, public outdoor spaces. We suggest retaining Lot 5 and consolidating the planned small scattered parks into a larger bushland and park area linking to the primary school oval, as shown on the Friends of East Wanneroo website. Combining bushland and parkland is more cost efficient, provides more diverse natural areas, attracts events and aligns with Wanneroo's urban forest strategy for sustainable schools. The LSP claims 12.3% of this area is creditable public outdoor space, but this figure is misleading. Small scattered parks do not provide meaningful outdoor spaces. We believe a development of this size is deserving of an outdoor space that truly enriches the lives of its residents, new and existing, to make this new precinct livable in the short and long term. Issue 3, zone density. Zoning at a minimum of R30 has led to significant issues across other developments in Banksia Grove. R30 to 60 zoning is generally proposed for developments directly around commercial infrastructure. R30 is barely large enough for a family of 4 and does not attract a diverse range of residents. Surely a more balanced allocation of zoning, like including R20, would lead to a healthier, long-term suburban area without increasing heat island effects that we are already susceptible to. It would seem the scattering of small unusable parks across the precinct are there to serve the developers, not residents. The LSP indicates all residents are generally within 200 metres of a public open space, and also states R40 to 60 may be applied to residents located within 200 metres of public open space. The placing of these parks seems to be a strategy to increase density. This could have disastrous effects on the livability of this suburb and surrounding areas. Surely a more balanced approach to zoning, for example integrating R20 zoning, that provides housing options for residents across a wider spectrum of socio-economic status and age, would be more beneficial to this region. It's hard to understand how this plan could be approved when there is no indication of final zoning. Final issue, amenities. Similar to the lack of quality outdoor spaces, East Wanneroo suffers from a distinct lack of amenities. This has led to poor outcomes for residents on the whole. Things like a leisure centre, youth centre, recreational spaces, community spaces, cafes, etc. are all missing from this plan. With this lack of amenities will continue the urban sprawl of this area and the issues that come with it, which has a very negative impact on livability. Finally, a housing crisis is no excuse for poor planning. We'll have to live with these choices and urban suburbs for many years to come. Can we, the people who have chosen to represent, trust that the issues outlined here can be addressed and fixed before this plan moves any further forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now go on to Chris Lynch, who wants to speak to item 4.12, which is about the Cabrini Park Master Plan. Chris, could you just give us your name and the suburb you live in? Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Chris Lynch and I'm from Wanneroo. I am also the club president of East Perth Football Club. I have been involved in the club for 11 years. I've held numerous roles from playing to coaching and now as president for the last 5 years. The reason I'm here today is to ask the City of Wanneroo for some help for East Perth. Not just for us, but for the local community at Cabrini Park. But before I go into that, I would like to share a little bit about the club. We started in 2013 when we first moved to Perth, just a group of friends who used to catch up in the local area in East Perth, come along, get a bit of fitness and just socialise and something new for us while we came to Australia. As the weeks went on, the numbers grew, so we decided to enter into a football league, and basically East Perth is born from there, and that's where we got the name. So it's where we all started off when we first came to Australia. Since then, the club has been competing, growing each year. However, the real growth was in 2023 when the club secured Cabrini Park for its home. From then, we've went from having 2 teams to having 4. We've had our first women's team who won the league in their first year. So we're growing every year. We also grew and started our kids. We have soccer stars and academies for kids between 3 and 8-year-olds in the local community and in the local area. Then in 2004, our men's team got promoted to State League, which is a semi-professional league, which again required us to grow, and we did by adding an under-18 team, in which 6 players came from Emmanuel Christian Community School, which is also in Wanneroo, so we are very community active and community based. With that, just yesterday, one of our very own under-18s, Gia Izzo, has been called up to represent Australia in the Combank Wanneroo squad, which will travel to Spain and represent Australia in the coming weeks. So it's something that we're extremely proud of. At the end of the season just passed, we have gone from having 2 teams in 2023 to having 7 teams this year, along with the kids and 2 women's teams. So in 2025 season approaching, we'll be adding our first EPFC juniors, which will be under 8s, under 10s, under 12s, boys and girls, also for the local area. With all the growth, we find ourselves back struggling, which is why we are asking for help at the minute. As much as we love Cribini, it has become harder to provide for the local community. As most people know, Cribini Park facilities is quite outdated. In fact, when we first got accepted as a club, we spent around $3,000 of our own money just to tidy up the facility, put in a new kitchen, cleaning, painting, and just maintenance of the changing areas, which we were happy to do as we found a place we could call home. But that's as far as we as a club could take the project. If you go to Cribini Park today, you will find only 1 shower in each changing room, with warm water on selected days, if lucky. The women's toilets don't have seats, and I've been told by all our women's teams they feel uncomfortable using the facility. There's also no changing rooms for referees who have to get changed in their cars when they come to do the games for the ladies, for the kids. There is also no storage area. So the storage has been put into the changing rooms, so we also have to ask our club volunteers to come down 1 hour before any games to empty out the changing areas, just to have room for the visiting teams and for our own teams to get changed, and stay 1 hour after to pack everything up again. We also don't have lights. So the lights for training and games, which means we have to book 2 other facilities, one being Hudson Park and one being Palermo Park. Palermo is where the women train, which again has no changing facilities. So on a wet night, we have to leave our bags under trees. There's no toilets, so the ladies have to get changed in their cars. We have 2 women's teams, and both have won leagues in the past 2 years. So I just feel something very strongly about and trying to get them the best facilities possible. With the lighting at Palermo, or at Cribini, sorry, and the changing rooms, facilities and stuff like that getting upgraded, it means we could just use the one area for everything. I know it's a big decision, so I want you all to know that upgraded facilities at Cribini Park is the right choice, and by doing it will not only benefit the club, but the community, as we currently have 250 members, with over 70% living in the local area. Also, since we have activated Cribini Park, there's been less antisocial behaviour, more groups using the grounds, walking in the park, and we also hold family days and free health checks for all the local community. As a club, we would love to see the upgrades at Cribini as soon as possible to help us grow and to provide for the community and give the community the facilities they deserve and make it a comfortable space for teams playing at home and playing away. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Chris, for coming in. We now go to Constance O'Brien, who's speaking to item 4.1 on the agenda. Constance, would you like to state your name and the suburb you live in? Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. My name is Constance O'Brien and I live at 88 Leastier Drive, Marriagenup. I want to speak to 4.1, consideration of Precinct 8 local structure plan. I came to Wanneroo 40 years ago from Wembley Downs because of the equestrian opportunities that were available here. At that stage, it was considered the back of the black stump. It really was. But we took the chance. During that period, many aspects have changed, and in some good, some bad. But the equestrian history appears to be pushed aside and environmental issues, in some cases, ignored. Council administration have done some great work with a local environmental survey and their East Wanneroo sense of place statement, of which I was fortunate to be able to be involved on several occasions, and also their draft tree preservation policy. However, that statement says that Wanneroo was meant to be special. You knew where you were because it was different. The vision and aspiration was to develop a district sense of place, building on the foundations of equestrian, market garden, European history, Aboriginal heritage. Now, Precinct 9, which is adjacent to Precinct 8, has since its developments in the 70s had equestrian activities and bridle trails, one of which enters Coogee Road. Between the two local roads that are proposed for Precinct 8, which will make that road much more dangerous. I've been told that road just tonight will be widened because I wanted to know what would happen to that. Most importantly, my concern is with the current proposed Precinct 8 local structures design, which, without a transition buffer on Coogee Road from Precinct 9 to Precinct 8, will effectively destroy the sense of place and the amenity of Precinct 9. And I think, looking at the plans, the overall plan, Precinct 8 is really the beginning of the chain in the north, just a little bit further. And if you don't get it right, the rest of the plan will be useless. I see the parkland links sometimes described as landscaped spaces connecting lakes. In reality, they're merely dots on a map. They will utilise public open space and parklands, but also boulevards and streetscapes. Where are the links for flora and fauna and equestrian? East Wanneroo has a real opportunity for tourism with trails designed for walkers, riders, bikes, equestrian, and also provide an environmental bridge from the north to the south. Now, in Victoria, the minimum environmental bridge is 50 metres. There is no land being designated for parkland links. So to me, it really is deceiving. And within a very short, just on this plan that I've looked at, within a very short distance, the parkland link, that intends to connect Lake Adams with Lake Mariginiup, has 4 road crossings in a very short space of distance, a safety issue in itself. And that's on Pine Lake Trail, which is one of the 2 outlets in that precinct between onto Coogee Road. So it will be quite busy. I also think that you could have look at the historical fact that Lot 21, which has been designated an area for foraging, also has a beautiful large house that was designed in the early 80s by a landscape designer who was president in Perth. And I think that could be used as a community hub. You've got it there already. It was Anisha Spa. It's set in beautiful gardens. I think we have to look at what we have and to try and preserve it. And I hope that the council will look at it, because I've looked at Precinct 8 for years. It's been a very sorry place where developers have suggested 15-metre fire breaks on either side so that they wouldn't possibly have to ask for clearing permits. I've seen dumping going on there, and I've contacted Dwyer, who eventually got the council to stop it, but it's still gone on. So I would like to see it made into something really beautiful that we can all be proud of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms O'Byrne. We now go to Stephen Carter, who wants to speak on item 4.1. Mr Carter, could you just confirm your name and the suburb you live in? Thank you.
Stephen Carter, a resident of Duncraig, but as a representative of Q Property Group. Good evening, Mayor Atkins and councillors. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Steve Carter from Q Property, one of the majority landowners in and the proponent of the Precinct 8 Ranch Road Structure Plan. I'm here simply to support their office's recommendation and would like to thank them for a balanced report which is clear and to the point. So I'm not going to take too much of your time tonight. Just to offer the briefest of backgrounds, the Precinct 8 Structure Plan currently consists of 40 lots with a total area of approximately 262 hectares. 94 hectares of this land is already reserved as parks and recreation, with most of this already owned by the state of West Australia. 97 hectares of this structure plan will be developed for some 2,500 homes, and it will see one primary school and a framework of public open space areas. Cube currently owns, or controls rather, 11 lots or 51 hectares of the structure plan area, while Harcourt's projects control 5 lots, measuring 18 hectares, with Urban Capital Growth having another 4 lots or 25 hectares. The reason I say this is because about 94 hectares of consolidated land is controlled by 3 key developers, meaning this structure plan can be developed and realised in a well-planned, meaningful way. Over the several years, Cube has been working closely with the City of Wanneroo, state government agencies and the proponents of neighbouring structure plans to get the Precinct 8 structure plan to the point you see it tonight. The neighbouring Precinct 7 and 15 local structure plans have been supported by Council at its September and October meetings, with this third structure plan being the last and missing piece of the northern portion of the soon emerging East Wanneroo community, a community that has been planned for many years and will play a key role in the future development of Perth. The Precinct 8 structure plan really is the fulfilment of the overarching East Wanneroo district structure plan, and we feel this is reflected in the City's recommendation. The schedule of modifications being recommended by the officers do not, in our opinion, fundamentally change the vision we have for Precinct 8, and this is a testament of the working relationship we've had with the City. Cube is committed to continuing working with the City to achieve the best possible outcomes for all parties, most importantly the future residents. It is for this reason I have no intention of wasting your time in talking through these modifications or suggesting alternatives. Instead, I'll end by thanking Council for its time, the City officers, and make myself available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr Carter. Our next deputation this evening is Alicia Harston, and she is speaking to item 4.1, the Precinct 8 Ranch Road Structure Plan. Thank you.
My name's Alicia and I'm from Banksia Grove. Good evening, everyone. My name is Alicia and I'm from Banksia Grove. I'm a young person who has grown up in this area. I have graduated from the local high school and I now work as a qualified youth worker. This area has had considerable issues with youth disengagement and antisocial behaviour for as long as I can remember. I am concerned that this plan has made no provisions for youth facilities that seem fit for purpose for young people. This isn't about keeping them busy, it's about creating opportunities for them to connect, learn and grow. In my work across surrounding areas, I've seen the difference that well-designed youth facilities make. Places like youth centres, recreational or leisure centres can be lifelines for some young people. I cannot understand why an area with such high needs as Banksia Grove and surrounding areas is being ignored on this front. So my question to you is, could you consider rejecting this plan until these glaring omissions are rectified? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for coming for your deputations this evening. If there are any declarations of interest by council members, including the nature and extent of which the interest, they're to be made at the commencement of the item to which the interest relates. Declarations of interest forms are to be completed and handed to the Chief Executive Officer. Mr Bowring, would you like to come and speak to your items on planning and sustainability? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Aitken. Excuse me. Push that back. Good evening. Tonight, planning and sustainability have 6 items on the agenda, 5 from approval services and 1 from strategic land use planning and environment. I'll introduce item 4.1 on tonight's agenda in relation to the proposed Ranch Road structure plan for precinct 8 of the East Wanneroo District Structure Plan area. I do not propose to introduce items 4.2 through to 4.6, as they are all matters that have previously been presented to Council prior to this meeting or are consistent with established processes such as items 4.5 and 4.6. Item 4.1, as you've heard in the deputations tonight, deals with the proposed Ranch Road Local Structure Plan by Cube for the Precinct 8. This is the 3rd LSP for East Wanneroo and is to be presented to Council following public consultation. Consultation on this local structure plan occurred over May and June this year with 149 submissions received. 134 of those raised objections, 7 in support and 8 provided comment on the proposal. Attachment 8 to this report sets out each submission and administration's responses to the issues raised and notes any recommended modifications that relate to that submission. Members will note that from the report there remain a number of unresolved issues. The key of those is the District Water Management Plan being prepared by the WAPC and Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage. This remains outstanding and has consequential impacts on the ability of the proponent and agencies to resolve a number of matters related to detailed design and environmental and groundwater management. Other significant issues relate to residential densities, distribution of public open space, the provision of a local centre, identification of community facilities, ensuring Pinjar Road forms part of the Precinct 8 local structure plan area to address sewerage connection issues, an updated traffic impact assessment being needed, which would be informed by modelling being done by the Department of Planning, and a need for a wetland and foreshore management plan. The issues raised in submissions and through administration's assessment result in a list of 55 recommended modifications, which are set out in attachment 4 for Council's consideration. It's noted that many of the submissions raised concerns regarding 2 particular sites, being Lot 5, number 11 Mornington Drive on the corner of Coogee Road, and Lot 2, number 26 Ranch Road. A lot of these were included in a submission by the Friends of East Wanneroo, with many of the objections using the same form of submission. These properties are privately owned and are largely native vegetation. In considering the comments in submissions, it is important to note the applicant has engaged with the Federal Environmental Protection, Biodiversity and Conservation Agency in relation to clearing a portion of Lot 5 and would need to do so for Lot 2 as well. Administration has recommended a range of modifications in the LSP in relation to environmental management and protection which respond to the concerns raised. These matters will be addressed by the WAPC and relevant environmental agencies when considering the values of the site. Administration is recommending that the LSP approve subject to those modifications in attachment 4 being addressed and re-advertising to occur once these issues are resolved. It is widely acknowledged in WA is experiencing a housing crisis, and it's important that local structure plans are progressed as soon as possible to enable the production of new residential lots. We do not want to delay this process from occurring, but equally the modifications should be considered and addressed between the Department of Planning, the proponent and key stakeholders, including local landowners, prior to the local structure plan being approved by the WAPC. I'm happy to take any questions on the item.
Thank you. Do we have any questions on this item? Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Mr Bowring, just appreciate the report and understand that the city is doing the same with this report as the other two that we've progressed, that we're putting up the recommendations for the WAPC to approve, as you said. One of the things that, one of the items I could not find in the report was the Coogee Road having that sense of buffer between Precinct 9, because that's not going to be progressed any further. I couldn't find it in the report, but could you actually highlight what sort of detail we're expecting the Commission to do there?
Mr Bowring.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it's addressed in the submissions table and the responses to submissions. Coogee Road is a district distributor. It will most likely in form be a dual carriageway which divides the Precinct 8 and the Precinct 9 to the north, which is the Lake Adams precinct that Ms O'Brien talked about just now. That will provide at least a 30-metre road reserve of that scale, which will provide that separation between the future urban development to the south and the established semi-rural properties to the north. The opportunity to look at the design of that road will occur down the track through the land subdivision, and we've requested that the traffic impact assessment be modified to address that interface.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you. Just with the regard to the environmental and the heritage, I know environmental, as you said, there still has to have a federal layer placed over the top of this as well. But I understand that there's an eagle's nest or something like that on one of the lots on Mornington. Is that something that will be dealt with by the Commission or by the Environmental Department?
Mr Bowring.
So yes, the threatened ecological protected fauna species, they will all be assessed and they'll be dealt with through the feedback from the environmental agencies about what land is able to be cleared. Certainly issues around retention of vegetation are top of mind in East Wanneroo, which is why Council has endorsed the local planning policy for East Wanneroo.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Councillor Miles, you have another question.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just going on from what Mrs O'Brien asked before, and I think we've had these discussions as well, the current bridle trails that are through that top end, through Precinct 9 and going along Neves Road, they are supposed to link up to those linkages that are supposed to go through these new estates. Are you able to give us some confidence that that will happen at the next stage, at subdivisional approval, or are these plans going to be changed slightly to accommodate those linkages?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. It can be done as part of this stage as well. We've identified that those need to be resolved and addressed, so we've made recommendations about the consolidation of some of the public open space and the alignment of the linkages, and how that they are to provide that linkage around the lake systems and between the systems as well, and not just perform drainage functions, which is a concern that we have in the plans as they stand at the moment. So, and that would be further fleshed out at the subdivision stage and provided more detail once we have more accurate assessment of the on-ground conditions.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Miles.
Just a comment, Mr Bowring. The report that was done by Greg Rowe, I think it is, in the attachments, that very large document that we got on the side, the pages, the pictures that are in that clearly don't reflect what's happening in and around the city of Wanneroo. For next time when we have these reports done, which are public-facing documents, when they include a picture of a parkland or some new structure that possibly could be built, can we actually have an idea where that's currently, that photo's from? Because I think sometimes we need to explain to our residents where those places are and what the intent is to do locally, and not just have a picture from a parkland with trees clearly 30 years old, which doesn't represent anything that we have around here.
Thank you, Mr Bowring.
Thank you. The documents and the attachments that the applicant prepares are their own. we can seek to look at that as an issue, but in terms of what they do in the context of preparing ideas, suggestions, what it would look like in the future, they're typically aspirational documents and are taken as such, and I note the point that may mislead some people in terms of how they understand the documents and what they actually represent.
Thank you. Councillor Miles, you have another question?
I do appreciate that, Mr Bowring, but I think if we could just have a note asked these people that write these reports, if they could just say a similar fort or a parkland as in Sydney or South Australia or wherever it is, I think just to illustrate that it's not a local photo and it is being done elsewhere, so we can at least try and explain to the residents what is trying to be achieved.
Thank you. Mr Bowring.
Yeah, thank you. We can certainly seek to do that with the applicants as they present their proposals.
Thank you, councillors. Do we have any further questions on this item? Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mayor. One of the deputations from, apologies if I say the name incorrectly, Mr Rivers Barneo, mentioned the desire for R20 included. He mentioned that I think it's R30 to R60, and knowing I think the average plot of land is about 300 square metre, he mentioned, there's not a great amount of space for 4x2s. Could you comment on that aspect, please?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. Yes. So it is the overall lot yield for the estate is proposed to be around 2,500 lots. The East Wanneroo District Structure Plan had projected around about 2,300 lots for this area, so it is slightly above that. I think the previous structure plan was slightly below the projected amount, so we are seeing a little bit of differential based on the actual densities proposed. The R30 density allows for some lots at around about 300 square metres. Certainly doesn't prevent people from subdividing at a density higher than that. That just seems to be around the minimum density. So lots can be larger than the 300 square metres if they choose. Typically the differences are in slightly different front setback or a side setback or an open space calculation between R20 and R30. So it's really up to the developer to looking at the lot product as to whether they sell a lot at the minimum or slightly above that at an actual density higher than R30, or lower than R30 rather.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Councillor Herridge, you had a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I also have some concerns as Councillor Miles. Sorry, I've lost the plot there for a minute. And our deputy in the POS, so I'm glad that we've had that put through as a recommendation. What I have picked up is something that seems to come all the time is the size lots of our primary schools. In here we've got a minimum of 3.75, which I believed was 4 hectares. Is that correct?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. Yes, there's a recommendation in there that the public school site be increased to meet the minimum Department of Education requirements for the school. It's not co-located with a public playing field. Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one further. I know that this is in our jurisdiction, and we all know this as well. This is without of our realm. But is there some way, if we're going to have this problem at each precinct, because I know there's a massive amount of schools and high schools that are coming through, is there some way that we can actually introduce a policy of some description so we actually get this right?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. Yes, it's certainly our expectation that the minimum requirements be met for the school sites, and that includes the number of road interfaces and the location of the schools as well, so that they're central to the catchment and connected by transport and public path networks and cycleways. So there's a range of concerns, and the land area is very much looked at by the Department of Education. Their planners provide fairly detailed feedback in the process and work heavily with the State Planning Agency as well to ensure they get their requirements met.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one question on parkland links, which Ms O'Brien touched on during her deputation. And on page 11, it references landscape boulevards as being part of parkland links. However, from what I remember when we had the East Wanneroo Community Reference Group and various other community consultation exercises underway, there was a discussion around parkland links being wildlife corridors as well as pedestrian and cycle-friendly corridors. From what I understand from a landscape boulevard, involves roads being chucked into that equation. So has that vision now been lost for parkland links in East Wanneroo, with now the introduction of landscape boulevards being part of that mix?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. You're correct. That's the boulevards do form part of those parkland links. That's been set out as part of the East Wanneroo local planning policy, which looks at how we implement the parkland links as well as within the road environment. It is an urbanised area. The amount of it is primarily providing a public movement network which connects the open spaces together. And if it can, it will also form, and where it can, form a dual purpose with movement of wildlife.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a supplementary to that question. So the parkland link that we're reviewing, part of Precinct 8, I think there's only one park link that's been identified. So has that park link considered to be a boulevard that's currently being proposed? Because that means we have no park links that exist that purely dedicate for wildlife or pedestrian and cyclist connectivity.
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. The parkland link does go through the lake system as well, so they circle, and our recommendation is they're not just one-sided on the lake, that they provide that full movement around the lake systems so people can take the full advantage of them. So they do interconnect, but they are generally identified and to form that sort of connection, that direct connection between these open spaces and parkland reserves.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Any other questions on this item? Councillor Bedworth.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr Bowring, it's probably an aspirational question, but we've heard tonight from some of the deputies about concerns around clearing of trees. Can you just explain how we, as a city, are trying to, in the planning process, align our urban forest strategy with a 30% canopy cover in these new structure plans, please?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. So, as urban development progresses, a lot of areas will be subject to clearing. There's no other way to implement the housing in the style of housing that we produce in Western Australia. So, it's a matter of working with the state government's rules and regulations, pushing the envelopes where we can with policies like that of East Wanneroo to try and retain trees and look at options for retaining trees in road reserves, in public parks, and on properties where the developer is keen to work with us. It makes it a lot easier. We're certainly getting good feedback from the developers on doing that. There's a lot of good vegetation, a lot of good trees that could be retained in those circumstances. The goal of 30% canopy cover is a worthy one, and it's important for the environmental sustainability of our suburbs and our city. And we need to work more with those developers to see what changes we can make in East Wanneroo when you compare it to our already established areas that haven't had the benefit of that focus.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is, are we actually considering this structure plan far too early? We don't have a tree retention plan. Telecommunications are still sort of up in the air. We don't have any places where these towers are going to be put. Acid sulphate management plan's not here. There's so many modifications in attachment 4 that it makes your eyes water. And I just can't see that we should be looking at this so early. Can you just give us an idea how this is all going to pan out. We're approving this now. How is this going to pan out, and how do we check that all these things are in place after we've approved it?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. It's a good question. And the structure planning process, this is the first stage of it. The council needs to form a view on whether or not it is prepared to support the form of development that their local structure plan is presenting, but it doesn't have all of the answers. And a lot of that is, as I said in my introduction, down to a few bits of missing information, which the state government is working on because they're outside of the scope of what we can deliver as a local government. The District Water Management Plan is a really key piece of science that needs to be undertaken to work out the hydrology of the lake systems to ensure that we can manage the environment correctly over time in concert with urbanisation. Once that is done and once that science is accepted and the engineering or mitigations worked out, then that will form part of the planning framework through the Scheme 2, and it will be part of the district contribution scheme as well. So those steps are really key to working out the impact on the lake system and understanding that, and that's what the state government will be focused on in dealing with these local structure plans and tying them together because they all have the same underlying issues.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Councillor Huntley.
Yeah, just to follow up from that. So that's not in the recommendation that we're passing, is it?
Mr Bowring.
Yes, it is. It's in that we want these issues resolved by the Commission and then reconsult with the community once these are understood and known, and then go back out and do further. And we're recommending that Council endorse a recommendation of the Commission that we reconsult with the community once all of these factors are ironed out.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Any other questions? Councillor Huntley.
I'm reading this. I don't see anything about the hydrology report. I know it's probably hidden in here, but I actually don't see it clearly in here, and that worries me that these reports could... This is open to interpretation. I can't see, and I'm finding this very, very difficult to actually look at what we're actually doing with this structure plan at this such an early stage with half of this stuff not even at our feet. And the fact is, even if we pass the structure plan, everything has to be, we've got to wait for everything anyway. So
Councillor Huntley,
I still don't
what's
understand
your
why this
question?
is coming so early. So could you just enlighten us there?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. So with the district structure plan having been endorsed and the zoning of the Metropolitan Region scheme being changed to deferred, landowners are able to prepare structure plans on their own and lodge them. Once they do that, they start the process of consideration. Now, we've looked at a lot of the standard, typical local planning, local structure planning issues, and we've addressed those, which for the most part are fairly typical of a structure plan. It is those key issues about the hydrology of the area, understanding the lake system and making sure we have a workable solution to prevent any issues with managing the groundwater environment. So those are outside of the work that we can do as a local government. They're very much in the realm of the state government. And once those things are done, then we can, all of those structure plans will then be able to progress very quickly through the state government.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Any other questions? Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Madge. I was just wondering whether Mr Bowring can just let us all know, and for those in the gallery, the actual process of what happens from here if this is adopted next week.
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. So the council, assuming it endorses the recommendation that's been provided, it will go to the state government, it will go to the West Australian Planning Commission. They will then go through their process of assessing it. They'll have their planners, their experts go through all of this, their transport, traffic experts, environmental assessment. They'll engage with the Department of Education and they will consider what recommendation to make to the State Planning Authority. Now, our advice is before they make that recommendation to State Planning that they come back and reconsult with us and all the stakeholders once they have resolved these key issues that we are unable to deal with as a local government.
Thank you, Mr Bauer. Councillor Moore.
Thank you. Just on going on what you just said, the recommendation to come back to us as a council with the recommendations, has it happened in the past where that hasn't come back to us as a council and just overridden straight to the departments?
Mr Bowering.
No, there's a clear process set out in the legislation on how structure plans are dealt with. There are delegations around how we manage those, and there are processes that ensure that when the Commission gets the recommendation that it's accompanied by the correct determination by Council in the proper form as well.
Thank you, Mr Bowering. Councillor Moore.
Just also with the trees, given that we have the tree canopy that we've committed to, the 30%, with the removal of such significant, like the trees, the banksias, etc., are we considering the impact that will have to our commitment that we've made?
Mr Bowering.
Certainly, it does factor into how that will be calculated overall. So I guess it's a moving target in a way as to what areas are urbanised, what areas are retained for vegetation. The fact is at this stage now, East Wanneroo has been approved for urbanisation through the Metropolitan Region Scheme, and it will be up to us and the state government to work out how much canopy that we can integrate into that planning.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you. And just also asking, are we also taking into consideration with that, and as well as with the state government, the Bora issue that we are having with losing trees in the northern suburbs? Will that be taken quite heavily into consideration as well?
Mr Bowering.
Yes, I understand that our planning strategies are looking at Bora-resistant species, and it's part of the selection process.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I just had one more question to add, just to ensure all our deputies tonight were able to have some of their questions answered or have some information provided during this session. I note Alicia did, sorry, I didn't catch your last name, but brought up questions around youth facilities. Is the city able to provide any more information around dedicated youth facilities in the East Wanneroo Community Facilities Plan, noting that we only have one at the moment that's built for purpose, being the Wanneroo Youth Centre, which was built in the 70s. Is there any more clarity around what facilities are going to be placed within the East Wanneroo catchment?
Mr Bowering.
Thank you. And I had discussed this with Ms Davies earlier tonight. The planning process, as you were a member of and part of, there was a community engagement group set up for the East Wanneroo District Structure Plan development, and that was a cross-section of the community. I do understand, though, that no youth members actually volunteered to be on the committee, but that was always open to that. That was a broad-ranging group that provided a lot of feedback into the district structure plan. When a local structure plan is presented, that is designed and prepared by a consultant team. I understand they do a lot of research about what they're preparing. But we also have done a lot of work with our community facilities planning for funding that through the developer contribution systems to get the right facilities, and they're planned to be part of these new communities. But we don't have the specific details necessarily of exactly what is going to go where at this stage, and that sort of evolves as we go through the planning process. I think Ms Davies may have a few comments as well.
Ms Davies.
Thank you, Mayor. And just adding, I suppose, on top of Mr Bowering's comments, the East Wanneroo Community Facilities Plan does include consideration for youth facilities specifically, that external consultation would commence once we go into the planning phases for those specific community spaces.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? Councillor Huntley.
Just one more, Madam Mayor. If this does not get passed next week, it obviously is going to have to come back. And when it comes back, is there a significant time delay, or is it worth taking that time delay to actually get some of these things back to us first?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. That would be a lot up to what council would like seen done in the interim. So if council were not to pass the recommendation tonight, it would simply stop at this stage unless there is a direction to bring the item back following some action that council wishes the proponent to take or the city to take in presenting the item again in the future. Alternatively, the Planning Commission could then seek to just progress the matter themselves without a response. After a certain time frame, I think we're given a total of 60 days to deal with a structure plan. We are already outside of that time frame because we want to spend the time looking at these carefully. But technically, the Planning Commission can progress dealing with the matter with or without council's recommendation at this stage.
Mr Bowring, I have a question. If we don't respond to this and the WAPC or the state government continue with their process, we will have lost all opportunity to give our community consultation and reflect our community's opinions to the state government and to the WAPC. Is that correct?
Thank you. Yes, there would not be a formal recommendation for the WAPC to consider the submissions that have been received from the community.
And so therefore the WAPC would not have heard what our community wants for East Wanneroo, is that correct?
Not formally, no.
So therefore it is an imperative that we get this passed as soon as possible so our community is heard, otherwise they'll lose that opportunity.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, correct.
Lee, did you have another question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a real concern that with no tree retention plan, we actually don't know what we're approving or not approving. So even though it comes back, if we don't like the tree retention plan or it still is saying we're going to lose so much of our native bushland, we can't do anything about it because we've already agreed in this plan. Is that right?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. It is still a decision of the state government overall. So this is our recommendation is for council to endorse a recommendation to the commission, and they will then make a final decision on these matters. We've set out the expectation that significant trees be identified on the plan, on the local structure plan, and that there's further work done in this area as a part of the modifications. So it'd be our expectation that that would be taken into consideration by the West Australian Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Any other questions on this item? Councillor Miles.
Just to ask a quick question, Mayor, to Mr Bowring. So once the Planning Commission has dealt with the matters and we've asked them to obviously take on these considerations and all the conditions that are tabled in the report, through our subdivisional approval area, do we have some ability there to look at the localised trees and actually say, well, can you just move the road this way or that way? Can we do it at that level?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct. And that's what we'll do with our land development team, and we will look at how we can align roads and align spaces and retain good vegetation where it's able to be done.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Any other questions, councillors, on this item? If there are no other questions on this item, we now go to item 4.2, consideration of amendments to Local Planning Policy 2.5, telecommunications infrastructure after advertising. Councillors, do any of you have any questions on this report? Councillor Nguyen.
Just in relation to the development approval exemptions for the
telecommunications infrastructure installations, that's Schedule 2. Is that only applicable to the zone that's specified in that table?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct.
And I can see that if the exemption apply, the applicant is still required to advertise. But what's the purpose of advertising when it is exempt and so residents won't have a say, or if they do put forward their say, it won't matter anyway?
Mr Bowring.
Just trying to identify the point. In Schedule 2 you're referring to, is that correct? Exempt
Yes,
conditions?
Schedule 2. Let me see if I can find it.
That would only be advertised if it wasn't within that exempt range. So without a development application, there is no consultation. So the Schedule 2 refers to how we would deal with something in that zone. If it's exempt, we don't see an application, but if it is not exempt in that zone, then we would do the consultation.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Are there any other questions? Councillor Nguyen.
Just a few questions on this item, Mayor. So what you're saying is if it's exempt, then there is still a required process to undertake notification and consultation. Or this is, if I refer you to page 66, 6.2, under the policy. So it says that notwithstanding the exemption, the proponent is still required to undertake notification and or consultation processes.
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. Yes, that's just to point out that there's still obligations under the Telecommunications Act and that they still have to comply with those. So that's separate to the planning process.
Okay, so
You have another question, Councillor Nguyen? Thank you.
I do have a couple. So this is not advertising to get feedback from residents, but this is to advertise that this is going to happen.
Mr Bowring.
Correct. There's certain notifications and requirements that are an obligation on the carriers under the Telecommunications Act.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr Bowring. Councillor Nguyen.
So if it's built in the area that's subject to the exemption and that area is later, I guess, changed from, I think, that to residential or something that applies, that the exemption doesn't apply, does that mean that they need to re-advertise or it doesn't?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. No, that's would become a non-conforming use and have non-conforming use rights which are set out in the scheme.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Do you have another question?
Yeah, just one other question, just relating to the visual impact assessment. You've modified or reworded the requirement to include, I guess, the 200 metres, the 500 metres and so on. How did you formulate that?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. So we've referenced some of the existing policy frameworks in state planning policy and our own guidelines for consultation as well, and looking at the distances from which things are visible and have a visual impact at that scale as well.
Okay. Okay. Is
Thank you, Mr Bowring. And you have another question to that, do you, Mr Councillor Nguyen? Go ahead.
Thank you. Is that similar to other policies in other councils, or that's still just, I guess, reflective within our own policy?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. Yes, so a lot of consultation strategies and policies will look at what is the effective range that from which we should consult on a particular issue. In this case, it's relevant to put it in this local planning policy, which is dealing specifically with the impact of phone towers.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Are there any other questions? Councillor Nguyen.
Sorry, one last question. Just going back to the exemption. If an exemption applies, is there any way that a resident could still object to the actual application? And if so, how?
Thank you. At the moment, an exempt development has no avenue for objection. That's the purpose of the exemption.
Thank you, Mr Bowring. Are there any other questions on this item, councillors? If there are no other questions on this item, we go to item 4.3, consideration of amendment number 213 to District Planning Scheme number 2, following advertising, various amendments to facilitate revocation of lot 201 Breakwater Drive, 2 Rocks agreed local structure plan number 35, and amendments to lot 202 Breakwater Drive, 2 Rocks agreed local structure plan number 53. Do we have any questions to this item, councillors? If there are no questions to this item, we go to item 4.4, consideration of amendment number 219 to District Planning Scheme number 2, following advertising, part normalisation of the Woodvale agreed local structure plan number 64 area. Do I have any questions on this item, councillors? Councillor Miles.
Thank you, Mayor. My question, Mr Bowring, is on page 135, which is actually one of the maps. On 135, on that top map, is the drainage waterway. Is that a site owned by the city currently? And is it a Crown land or is it still freehold?
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. I'll have to take that on notice and get back to you on that.
Are there any other questions on item 4.4, councillors? If there are no questions on item 4.4, we now go to item 4.5, preparation of amendment number 227 to District Planning Scheme number 2, normalisation of land in the lots 1001 and 1002 Marmion Avenue, Alkimos, agreed local structure plan number 60, Anagora Village, Trinity at Alkimos Point, lot 9005 Marmion Avenue, Alkimos agreed centre structure plan number 86 areas. Do I have any questions on this item, councillors? Okay, so we now go to item 4.6, consent to approve developer contribution plan grouped dwelling invoices. Do I have any questions on this item, councillors? There are no questions on this item, so thank you, Mr Bowring. And we will now go straight into confidential reports, councillors. So everyone who doesn't need to be here for the confidential reports, if you could please leave the chamber, and we'll turn off the live streaming until we conclude our confidential reports. Thank you.
the Wanneroo Recreation Centre.
Oh, so the confidential attachment to tenders. Okay, so we'll go to we'll keep closed because Councillor Miles wants to ask questions on that item. 4.7.
Are we up to 4.11, Mayor?
No, we're up to 4.7. And we're now on air. So we now go to assets, infrastructure, capital works. Item 4.7, tender 24137, provision of consultancy services for Girraween Hub precinct redevelopment. Please note there are confidential attachments, and should there be any discussion on them, we'll have to go behind closed doors again. Mr. Singh, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. We've just gone through the procurement process. The report actually makes a recommendation on the recommended tender to be accepted as a successful tender at next week's council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Are there any questions on item 4.7? Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. Questions in the body of the public report. It speaks to some of the engagement that's going to occur, but I think it would be important for the record. Can the administration advise what community consultation is now going to occur as part of the detailed design process, particularly with the stakeholder groups? Because I know we're talking about redevelopment of an entire facility, staged approach that will have some level of disruption to existing user groups, and the administration's also aware that the facility is used regularly by a seniors club, by all of the groups that use the hub, by Girraween Garden that was established there as a community volunteer-run organisation. So perhaps the administration could speak to what level of engagement the preferred tenderer will therefore have with each of those groups as we progress.
Thank you. Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, there'll be a very extensive stakeholder management exercise undertaken as part of this project. It'll be undertaken during the course of the concept design initially, and then there's a full stage of 2 months where we'll actually go out to just stakeholder engagement. So all those groups will be brought into a facility, and we will undertake workshops with them, and then that will influence the design moving forward. So the actual detailed design won't take place until all of that has taken place, and that knowledge will feed into the design itself.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Deputy Mayor Rowe.
And my other question, Mayor, also for clarification, what further touch points with council will occur? So upon completion of the stakeholder engagement or the completion of the detailed design, will administration bring a report back to council? Mainly asking from the perspective that if detailed design or that stakeholder engagement were to produce some concerns or objections to what the architect comes up with, will council be made aware of those concerns and be able to ultimately make comment on that?
Mr. Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This will be done in a couple of ways. As council members, council did decide to set up a strategic project working group. This project is likely to qualify for discussion at the strategic project working group, so there will be an opportunity for discussion at that working group. And also, once we have the concept prepared before we proceed to detailed design, we'll present a report to council seeking council's endorsement.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Any other questions on this item? If there are no other questions, we now go to item 4.8, which is the Alkimos Aquatic and Recreation Centre consolidation of federal funding agreements. We have confidential attachments to this. If there's any discussion on these confidential attachments, we'll have to go behind closed doors again. Mr. Singh, would you like to speak to this item?
No, Mayor, I think report provides enough information. We're happy to respond to questions.
Thank you. Any questions on this item? If there are no questions on this item, we go to item 4.9, provision of architectural and specialist consultancy services for Wanneroo Recreation Centre, New Sports Hub. Any questions on that, councillors? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Within the report, it talks about supporting the community hub component and giving some estimation around timeframes. I was just wondering, is the administration able to provide any clarity or expand on possibly bringing this forward to mid-2025?
Ms Davis?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for your question. Just noting that the Community Hub is a separate project to the item that is being discussed tonight. However, in response to your question, the Community Engagement Plan is currently being finalised. That does nominate that consultation will commence in Q2 of the current financial year 24-25, so that fits with your question particularly. Further to that, the policy provides 4 weeks as the minimum consultation period. However, it's anticipated that the total concept design consultation, development and council endorsement may take up to 6 months as an indication. The community engagement plan indicates that to meet that, there are some complexities to be considered, such as appointing a consultant to develop the concept design and reporting back through the Strategic Projects Working Group and OCM.
Thank you, Ms Davis. Any other questions? Councillor Wright?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I guess asking just in supplementary, and the reason why I ask in regards to the community hub component of it, because if we end up going through that procurement process and a similar or same tenderer is appointed to that, is there an opportunity to reduce overall project costs by having the same tenderer part of 2 separate projects on the same site? So is there opportunities or internal procedures that we have in regards to co-location of buildings part of the overall precinct?
Mr Singh?
Thank you, Mayor. As has been outlined earlier, these are being delivered at 2 separate projects. Another key element we need to consider is some of the usage from the existing facility has to transition to new sports hub before we can undertake works there. That's where I think we can't deliver as a single project, so it has to be done in 2 separate distinct projects.
Thank you. Any other questions on item 4.9? We now go to item 4.10, which is 24148, provision of cost planner services for Wanneroo Recreation Centre new sports hub. Are there any questions on that item? If there are no questions on that item, we now go to Strategic Asset Management, Flynn Drive Upgrade, Stage 2 and 3, offset proposal at Edgar Griffiths Park. Do you wish to speak to this, Mr Singh?
Just very briefly, we have been working on this Flynn Drive project for a while. Given there's a level of clearing involved, we made an application with Department of Water and Environmental Regulation. We are at the point where we can secure the permit if they agree to the offset proposal, which is outlined in this report. So in principle, they have agreed to that proposal, but we need council's endorsement to change the use of that, classify those pieces of land as conservation. So that's the kind of main requirement from council decision. The report outlines quite a few details, and the details of offsets and the costs, which are covered through the project cost.
Any questions on that item? Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In the management of moving an offset to Edgar Griffiths Park and revegetating, have we got a water allocation for that?
Mr Singh?
Through Mayor, I need to clarify that further. I don't think we need a specific water permit or water license to re-veg that site, but I'll clarify that.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple from me. I didn't like this report, I'm sorry. I'm very sad that we're losing some of our Carnaby habitat. So I'm a tree hugger, everyone knows that, so I'm sure you're aware this is where it was going. A question for me is the maps that we've been given, I don't know these areas well, so looking at those, I have no idea where that is. There's no markers, there's no road names, there's nothing to identify on there. Can we possibly have that a little bit better for next week, please?
And your second question?
Yep, thank you. Just wanted to check, being that this is long going and it's happened before my time, how did we come to selecting the sites for the offset? And is there a possibility of adding to that list?
Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I just must point out attachment 1, which is kind of is an error in there. The attachment 1 was meant to be a cover sheet for those 2 attachments, but given the comments Councillor Harridge has made, we'll revise all the attachments. We'll likely provide the location plans to point out where these lots are. So that's addressing the first point. The site selection for offset sites, it has gone through a number of processes. Department of Water Environment Regulation has also been changing how they want the offsets. Previously, they were accepting offsets based, if we had land bank for offset, like City of Wanneroo did have about just under 500 hectares of land bought in Bindoon a few years ago, back in 2016. That was land banked for and provide offsets for future projects. They also used to consider providing providing them financial contribution for them to then buy land elsewhere where they can actually create bushlands or preserve bushlands. They've gone away from that in some extent. They want land to be found for offset sites close in the vicinity of where land is being cleared. So that actually has driven us to this particular scenario here. Land's being cleared in Flint Drive, so they wanted us to find land parcels close by. We did identify a land parcel which is attachment 3. That is on the corner of Pinjar Road and Flint Drive, on the southwest corner. And the second one, they wanted similar kind of species which were going to be cleared. The next available site was for us Edgar Griffith Park. So we did a flora survey, identified what's in there, how it can be rehabbed, and that's what we discussed with DWR, and they were happy with that one. So kind of we go through the process in trying to identify land parcels of similar species which are becoming more difficult. Previously, providing financial contribution was a lot easier. So they would ask for $5,000 or $10,000 per hectare of number of offsets. So $10,000 per hectare for 10 hectares will be $100,000. That was easy kind of thing. But then they would go and buy a big parcel of land elsewhere and manage it. But now they are going away from that one.
Councillor Herridge.
Last one, if I can. I did note that on page 263, under the consultation, that the offsets are likely to be sufficient. Unfortunately, likely, I would rather be, it will be, if we can.
Thank you, Mayor. It is kind of a consultative process with the department. So the department has indicated what level of offsets they need and how city will manage those offset sites. So they have kind of indicated to us in principle, yes, the proposal which we have given to them is sufficient. But for us to formally submit that proposal, we need council endorsement for these land parcels. Then we'll submit it to them. The way in discussion with department has indicated by giving these 2 land parcels and they about 35 or 37 hectares of land, which is already land banked, assigned to this project in Bindoon, that should be sufficient. So there will be further requirement. There is another requirement for us to seek federal government approval as well. So that application is currently under assessment by that department, and that there is some capacity in this one where they will ask for further offsets, which is also included in this particular proposal. This is more of a discussion at this point in time, what they're indicating to us. They won't say this is approved until we have council endorsement on the land parcels.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. One question, I guess, with 2 parts. Part A would be in regards to these land parcels, particularly at Edgar Griffiths Park in attachment 2. Is any of the East Wanneroo proposals going to affect this site, considering that we were looking at relocating the Wanneroo BMX Club on this particular site? That would be the first question. And the second question is any future community infrastructure planned or zoned to be on this particular site, considering that Edgar Griffiths is either a district or regional open space, and how is that going to affect East Wanneroo with those precincts going around that park?
Mr. Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We did look at that one in preparing this particular report, or before we even chose Edgar Griffith as a potential offset site. In our East Wanneroo District Structure Plan, Edgar Griffith is a neighbourhood park. and this will be within Precinct 6 of East Wanneroo District Structure Plan. This will require the facilities which are suitable for a neighborhood park. So at the moment, the facilities there are sufficient. Should they need to be expanded, the already cleared sites are enough in that particular site. In discussions with the Acting Director of Planning and Sustainability, they had looked at the Precinct 6. Precinct 6 local structure plan has not been prepared yet, but the proponents are having some initial conversations. The indications are there will be a school on the west of Edgar Griffith Road, and they will actually provide open space within their own land holdings. This won't constitute as part of that precinct.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess in supplementary to that, and it raises some concerns, considering that the discussion that we're having with administration as a council in regards to sporting facilities at Edgar Griffiths Park is not consistent with a neighbourhood park. So the advice that we're getting in one context is different in terms of being a higher classification and providing more facilities, as opposed to now you're saying that this is a neighbourhood park, we're okay to put vegetation and offsets at a site that may be used to build up a sporting ground facility, which is the discussion that we're having at the moment. So can you provide some clarity in that regards?
Mr. Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The report also mentions about East Wanneroo Community Infrastructure Plan, which was endorsed in June 2023, which addressed the both current and future community infrastructure needs. So I think that has been discussed before and identified. I may refer that to Manager Community Facilities, Mr. Clem, to further provide any more information if he has.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Any other questions on this item?
Mayor, if you can refer that to Mr. Clem to add a bit further information.
Mr. Clem.
Thank you, Mayor. So the East Wanneroo Community Infrastructure Plan does refer to the Edgar Griffiths Park site as a neighbourhood sports park. It does also note a sports pavilion / community centre to be on that location. Now, at the moment, the sports amenities building is not what we consider a sports pavilion because it doesn't have the meeting space that some sports pavilions have. So in the future, as that evolves and a sports pavilion / community site or community facility evolves at Edgar Griffiths Park, then it can be in the existing location of the current facility. So there's not a need for, additional space on that whole Edgar Griffiths Park other than what's currently available for it to fulfil its function as a neighbourhood sports park.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. My first question, I guess, to Mr. Singh is, because there's two questions within the same question, Mr. Singh. Has the alignment of Flynn Drive changed that much that we're having to get all these offsets? Bearing in mind that I'm pretty sure this council has already awarded a tender to complete this road. Is that correct?
Mr. Singh.
No, thank you, Mayor. Now, alignment hasn't changed from what was originally proposed. I think, can't remember exactly which year it was, but quite a few years ago, some land was reserved from the bush lot, which we have on the northeast corner of Mayther Drive and Flynn Drive for road reservation. That is the area which is high quality vegetation that needs to be cleared to construct Flynn Drive. That is a section heading east from Mayther Drive toward Old Yanchep Road on the northern side before those industrial lots come in. So that alignment hasn't changed. It is the clearing of that vegetation and some other isolated vegetation requiring us to provide offsets. In this instance, given that we are proposing to rehab the existing land sites, it's not a new vegetation. The offset ratio is quite low. Generally, department will ask significant piece of land if we are starting barren land and then vegetating that one. But this is existing kind of bushland, existing vegetation there, so we're going to rehab that one. So the ratio is quite low. So yes, to answer the question, alignment hasn't changed. Clearing is required because of that bushland, and we have to provide offsets.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. My other question is within the, and I appreciate the fact that you're wanting to revegetate a part of Edgar Griffiths Park, and I know you're going to get some information, I think, from administration to further on that, because the former Director of Community in place, Ms Terrelink, had actually planned to put the BMX on that particular site. So I'm not sure if that's now been dropped off, but the ward councillors haven't been notified. My other part of the question, Mr Singh, is the fact that the $3.9 million, which is the estimate overall, and I know you've got it over year 1, 2, right up to year 5, is that $4 million still incorporated into the capital cost of the road at the outset?
Mr Singh.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As council members may recall, the report also mentioned that one. We got $37.8 million total project budget for Flint Drive, which comprises of federal, state funding, and also contribution from the city, which was the initial design part. That overall project cost estimate does include this environmental offsets cost.
Thank you. Councillor Miles, you have another question.
Yes, thank you. Bearing in mind that, so the revegetation of Walangara Reserve, which is out at Bindoon, I think, is that city-owned land or is that department-owned land?
Mr Singh.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. The reserve which Councillor Miles has referred, that is actually on the corner of Pinjar and Flint Drive. The Bindoon land parcel is actually, I need to check that one. I think that's owned by DBCA, but city paid for that land and the land banked for city project offset site.
Thank you. Another question, Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you. Bearing in mind then we have to do the offset, why do you want to do it over 5 years? What's the purpose of that?
Mr Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. The conditions of clearing permit would require us to revegetate or rehab that site and then maintain so that bush survival rate is met. So they put conditions on certain survival rate for each year. So we have to then go back and maintain it to that level. And after 5 years, you expect that survival rate or the bush regeneration rate has been met, and then becomes a conservation reserve. Then it goes back to normal maintenance regime.
Thank you. Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you. Bearing in mind Councillor Huntley's previous question on the water, because I know the city does do conservation work, and quite a lot of those little tube stocks do die within the first year or so. Surely we should do some watering, just like the developers do, to establish plants before we actually walk away and say you're on your own?
Mr Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. My understanding is conservation planting in conservation reserves is not generally watered. We do that during winter season when it's wet weather, and then the survival rate, we monitor the survival rate, and if we need to go and do supplementary planting next season, we'll do that. But I'll definitely check that is there any requirement for us to water these plants initially, or is there a need for water license? I'll check that.
Thank you, Mr Singh. Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think just going back to that issue, and thank you for taking that up, Mr Singh. I think the thing for me is I've been on a couple of these conservation plantings, and it does seem quite disheartening when you go back to a site and it's just bare ground again. So I do think that if there's a cost involved, we should try and eliminate that cost by putting on a little bit of water. My other question goes back to some stuff that we were dealing with earlier tonight, which is Precinct 8, Precinct 7 and the others, through Mr Bowring's reports. There's quite a lot of conservation work that's going to be required in our own backyard. So why can't we use that $3.2 million to revegetate that land as opposed to doing it in another city or another council location?
Mr Singh.
Through you, Mayor, are we looking at the land which we can have under a management order under the city, or it can be transferred to the city? So these land parcels are feasible, could be done as part of this project requirement. I think for the future planning, I'm not sure the timelines and when that can happen. I may have to refer that to Mr. Bowring.
Mr Bowring.
Thank you. A lot of that will be dependent on the timeframes of the land developers themselves, and as they proceed to actually subdivide and release lots and create public open space and conservation areas. So those those things are still several years away.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? Councillor Miles.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. I think, can I just ask administration maybe to get some clarity around the DPCA, whether they would allow us to, even if we held off for a couple of years. I'm very reluctant for the City of Wanneroo to have to put funds into another shire when we can utilise that funds within our own boundaries. And I'm sure it's not just the East Wanneroo, there's probably a whole bunch of rehabilitation further up the coastline that needs doing. And it's our bush, our trees, our cockatoos that we should be looking after.
Mr. Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll actually add a bit more information in the report to clarify that. The offset cost is predominantly for 2 land parcels which are within the City of Wanneroo. The Bingdon land is a land bank which has already been paid for back in 2016. We'll actually apportion some of the cost, which is for this. That cost is quite nominal given that we bought that land 8 years ago. City bought that land 8 years ago. And, but majority of the cost for environmental offsets is within these 2 land parcels.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? If there are no other questions on this item, we now go to Community in Place, Community Facilities, item 4.12. Ms Davis, are there any items you'd like to speak to?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a little bit of commentary on 2 of them, if that's okay. Thank you. Item 4.12, Cabrini Park Master Plan, is seeking council endorsement to proceed to community consultation and is relative to the deputation you received tonight that would support the recommendation also. It is anticipated that upon endorsement, a 4-week engagement period would be conducted and administration is planning on bringing the results of that consultation back to council at the first meeting in the new year, being February 2025.
Thank you. Councillors, do I have any questions on 4.12, the Cabrini Park Master Plan? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on page 276, attachment 1, I just wanted some clarity around the outline of the park because there seems to be 2 parcels. Just confirming if Cabrini is still staying as one park on 2 parcels, and is that master plan covering the whole lot, or is that a mistake in the attachment?
Mr. Clem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the question. Yes, I can confirm that because Cabrini Park is made up of 2 lots, just the way that image was created through our GIS system, it highlighted the top lot, but the master plan does cover both lots, so it is that, that larger red line that goes around the complete park that is covered by the master plan.
Thank you. Any other questions on this? Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Thanks, Mayor. Some notice was provided of this question, and it relates to some work that both Councillor Seif and myself have been doing and a response to a CRM. We were told that Cabrini Park was first constructed in 1980 and in a condition audit conducted in 2020 was rated poor by the City of Wanneroo. So my question to the admin is, if a condition audit ultimately referred to the structure as poor 4.5, 5 years ago, what action did the administration take in the 4 years in between to try and rectify some of those concerns?
Mr. Clem.
Thank you, Mayor. Cabrini Park has been identified through the Active Reserve Master Plan as a site that needed master planning. The condition rating, it reflects the age of the building, and it's one of several criteria to use to inform the type and priority of future upgrades for the site.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Deputy Mayor Rowe.
So I suppose my question building on that, Mayor, is when the actual result comes back as poor, or we were told today that very poor is also an option, what does that mean as a trigger for the administration? Does it mean that additional funds are allocated operationally to maintain the site? Does it mean there's a reprioritisation of our active reserve master plan to be able to bring forward a project? So I'm trying to understand, when a condition audit is done and the result is not satisfactory, in this case poor, what does that mean operationally that the administration will do to rectify those concerns?
Thank you. Mr Clem?
Thanks, Mayor. So the condition rating, it is used as part of one of several criteria to inform, I guess, what happens next in terms of upgrades of the facility. So yes, it is considered, it is noted that that condition rating is poor, but other factors such as the presence of other nearby facilities and what other active reserves and what facilities they have and how they're serving the community, what the current usage of the site is, any potential future usage of the site. So all of those factors come into play and are considered, and that then informs the type and the priority of the future upgrades that may occur at that site.
Thank you, Mr Clem. Are there any more questions on this item? I know Councillor Moore's had her hand up for a while, and then I'll go to Councillor Seif. Councillor Moore?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had two questions. The first one is, I can see we're upgrading the lights, but we've only got 100 lux in here. Can I ask why we're not upgrading to 150 lux, given our last meeting's conversations about having to upgrade lights at a continual basis?
Mr Clem?
Thanks, Ben. Thanks for the question, Councillor Moore. Our sports floodlighting policy specifies going to 100 lux. So the decision at last council meeting regarding Grandis, whilst the deputation did request 150 lux, the council decision was to go to 100 lux because that is consistent with our sports floodlighting policy. And 100 lux is the Australian standard for large ball sports to undertake nighttime training and games. So this 100 lux floodlighting would meet our sports floodlighting policy and would meet the needs of those groups who participate in those large ball sports.
Councillor Moore, did you have a second question?
Yes, I just wanted to ask as well, with the demolishing and rebuilding of the change rooms, how will this impact the club and for how long?
Mr Clem?
Thank you, Mayor. Anytime we undertake works where we're demolishing or working on a particular part of the building, we do liaise with the stakeholder groups at that particular site and minimise disruption as much as possible. And where we can't completely minimise that disruption, we do look at alternative venues and opportunities for them. So we try and facilitate that so the overall impact is as minimal as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Seif?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In terms of use of the facilities, you stated that administration take into consideration the use of the facility. In determining whether or not any triggers, as per Deputy Mayor has pointed out, are then initiated, is it based on that the facility is being used a lot or that the facility isn't being used at all?
Mr Clem?
I think what we've got in the case of Cabrini is a site that wasn't used extensively previously. So there wasn't, I guess, a demonstrated need at that site for I guess, upgraded facilities. But what has happened in recent times is, and I'll go back a step. Despite that, the Active Reserve Master Plan did indicate it as a site that was eligible for future upgrades. But what we have seen in recent time is the East Perth Football Club, who are the deputation represented tonight, they have activated the site. They are a busy club. Their requirements for sports amenities are far greater than what currently exists at the site. And so that, I guess, has increased the prioritisation of this particular site for upgrades.
Thank you. Councillor Seif?
It seems to me that the way of assessing assets and coupled with the determination of current usage of said assets is creating somewhat of a death spiral for those assets. Because if the asset is physically considered in poor condition, one should expect that the community are not going to want to use that asset. If, for example, it doesn't meet disability access requirements, then the community can't use the asset. If the asset is in poor condition and
isn't pleasant, isn't suitable, isn't fit for purpose, then the use of that asset is going to go down. And for administration to use the fact that the asset is not being used as a reason to further neglect that asset, I find completely unacceptable. So can we please at some point be given an understanding of what the trigger points are, and for assets to then be looked at in a serious manner by administration? I'll just add to that I've previously been, myself and Deputy Mayor Rowe have previously had explained to us that assets in the city of Wanneroo across the entire district, everyone's ward, are not assessed for disability access and are only assessed for structural soundness. This asset has been assessed as poor, as Deputy Mayor Rowe says, in terms of structural soundness, and in my view, you shouldn't wait until this point before something is done about it. I thank administration for putting it on the agenda and doing something about it now. I'm just concerned about the remainder of the assets across the district that are not, in my view, being assessed adequately. Could we please have a report at some point as to what the trigger points are to actually make changes in assets?
Ms Davis.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor. We will definitely take that on notice and provide some information through to Council in due course.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Rowe, you have a question?
I do. I'm going to keep pushing on the point, Mayor, because it's very rare that something with the name Wanneroo appears on our agenda. So, taking the opportunity. Not only have we stressed the point now that a condition audit 4 years ago came back as poor, I'm going to stress the point that in those years following, and I know there's an intense demand for facilities, administration made the decision to locate East Perth Football Club at Cabrini Park. So that was the decision that administration made when they were searching for a home. So the alarm bells are sort of ringing in my back of my mind that the condition audit came back as poor, and after that, knowing that information, the decision was made to locate the club at a park that had a facility that was considered in poor condition and didn't have the available amenities. I know there's an intense demand for facilities, but is there any concern from the administration that, knowing that information that we weren't privy to until the request was lodged for it, that a club was located to a facility that had come back 4 years ago with a poor condition audit?
Ms Davis.
Through you, Mayor, and please correct me if I have not quite got the question right. Administration is delighted to be bringing a master plan for you today for discernment based on the identified need, particularly at this location, in regards to community facilities that aren't at standard. We have scheduled the community facilities planning framework to be in front of Council in December as well, which will further encourage a bit more of a coordinated conversation for decision making.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Rowe.
I suppose then my question, to push it last stage, when the club was searching for a home and Cabrini Park was identified by the administration, was the club informed that they were moving to a facility with a poor condition audit result, or was that information not provided to them because it was an operational matter?
Mr Clem.
Thank you, Mayor. When we met with East Perth Football Club, when they were seeking to relocate into Wanneroo, we made it quite clear that our availability of facilities was quite limited in those southern suburbs. We had spaces that were potentially suitable, but the associated amenities weren't great, and Cabrini is the example of that. So we actually gave several options to the club in terms of sites that they would like to visit, and that we thought matched some of their requirements. We didn't have one that matched all of them, and we essentially gave them the option of where would you like to start. And that was the conversation we had with them. We acknowledged that we didn't have a facility that we could drop them into that met everything in terms of 2 full-size soccer pitches, full floodlights to 100 lux standard, and a sports amenities building. We didn't have a facility that we could make available to them for that. They chose Cabrini, having visited the site, knowing its limitations, but one of the key drivers was the fact that it was able to accommodate the two largest soccer pitches. And so we did have the conversation with them about acknowledging that the amenities there aren't great, but it did meet some of their essential requirements.
Thank you. Any other questions on this? Councillor Herrick.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to thank everybody's interest in my Southwest Ward, considering it's my little patch of Wanneroo, so I better ask a question. I've noticed that we're going to community consultation, which is next. When would we expect to do that, please?
Ms Davis.
Through yourself, Mayor, the community engagement policy does nominate 4 weeks as the requirement for consultation on this. We are conscious of the Christmas period, however, we would be ready to go out for community consultation as soon as Council has made a decision on whether we would proceed to that, with the idea that the consultation report would be presented back to Council at their first meeting in 2025, being February.
Thank you. Councillor Moore, you have a question?
Yes, sorry, I'm just going back onto the lights. From our last meeting, they did request 200 lux and we did it to 150 lux with the report, with the final decision. Given how this club is growing, what would be the price difference of just starting it at 150 lux instead of doing 100 lux and then having to upgrade in 2 or 3 years' time and spending the additional 200,000? Just given how this club is growing, would there be much of a price difference of just setting it at 150 straight up? Because as he was saying, like they're growing, just in this last year, they've grown quite significantly. So just so that we're preempting instead of having to upgrade down the track.
Mr Clem or Ms Davis? Mr Clem.
Thank you, Mayor. We haven't done the detailed design stage of the floodlighting, so any changes to the approach on floodlighting and the costs associated could be dealt with at that point in time. But I'll just, I guess, refer again back to our sports floodlighting policy, which does say 100 lux, and that does meet the Australian standards for what the club needs in this particular case. I would perhaps like to double check the resolution from the last council meeting, because my understanding is the resolution was to 100 lux, despite there being an initial request of 200 and the deputation mentioning 150. I think the resolution was that we would maintain 100 lux in accordance with the sports floodlighting policy.
Councillor Moore.
If we can check that, because from my understanding, the amendment was to 150 lux for the last club.
Thank you, Mr Clem.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we'll check that.
Okay, Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a quick one. I was asked recently, Ms Davies, Mr Clem, when we do the basketball bounce areas, and in here it says 3 by 3, but I've been advised that's not big enough. It needs to be, I don't know, something about the outside the ring or something like that. So it's a different terminology. I cannot remember what it is, but when these young guys and girls want to practice, they want to practice from the 3-point line.
Mr Clem.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think the terminology in the master plan says 3 on 3, which generally means outside that 3-point line. So the size of it is not 3 by 3, as in 3 metres by 3 metres. It means 3 on 3, which is a style of play that occurs in basketball, and generally it's built to a size that encompasses that 3-point line.
Thank you. Any other questions, Deputy Mayor Rowe?
Thank you, Mayor. Last question, I promise. It's been pointed out to me that the master plan does include a community barbecue. I just wanted to make the point that my good colleague, the ward councillor, Councillor Herridge, put that request in 2.5 years ago. So it's good to know we're making progress on that one.
Well, that wasn't a question, that was a statement. But anyway, we now go to item 4.13, the dog refuge groups for rehoming. Do we have any questions on this item, or would you like to speak to it, Ms Davis? Okay. Councillor Huntley.
Yeah, quick question. We've got the list. Administration have identified 4 additional rehoming refuges that would assist this city. If you should get any more, because you've actually said here to, I think you're going to review this every 2 years, but should we get another dog home or one of these shuts down so we could interchange it during that time, can we do that, or do we have to wait for the 2 years?
Through you, Mayor. We don't have to wait for the 2 years. We can bring this to council at any point in time. In the interim, we can do them through the waivers procedure policy that we've got. However, this makes it simpler that we're not having to sign off every single one. So we do have an interim that we can use if we need it. We don't have to wait for the 2 years.
Okay. I just want, could you add...
Councillor Huntley has another question, apparently, Councillor Wright. Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could you add in there plus any others that should wish to be enrolled on the system within the 2 years?
Ms Davis.
Just in case, because there may be one coming up.
Thank you. Thank you. Through the Mayor. So the Dog Act, Section 7B(3), does require that the local government nominates and prescribes those, actually names those organisations. So that's why we've collected the 5 known to us now to reduce that burden on the waiver procedure later on, which I believe also answers Councillor Wright's question.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms Davies, for the answer to Councillor Huntley's question. I guess rephrasing my question now, in regards to, obviously there's a prescribed list that we have to adopt as part of the Act, as you stated before. Is it possible for Council to support giving the administration or the CEO a delegation to be able to do and change that list more frequently? So if the CEO or yourselves as a sub-delegation are able to identify any other organisations, is that something that you can do through a delegation rather than coming to Council all the time? Because I'd be quite supportive of moving that amendment if it's possible.
Ms Coles.
Through you, Mayor, we can certainly have a look at that. I'm not too sure off the top of my head. Just have to look at the wording of the Dog Act and then, yeah, but we can certainly look at it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on this item? Councillor Miles.
Just something when I read this earlier today that came into my mind, Mayor, is while I think this is an excellent program, can it not be extended to include cats as well?
Ms Thrush.
I'd have to take that on notice, but I believe the Cat Act is different from the Dog Act, so I'd have to look into and see what it says in the Cat Act in terms of animals needing to be registered before they leave our facility and who they're allowed to go to. So I don't have that information, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Councillor Huntley, you have a question on this item?
Yeah, just moving on from there. If you do find that the Cat Act actually could be integrated in with this, and you can have cashiers mentioned, then or on a list, then could you, if it's possible, actually have that ready for next week as well?
Ms Davis.
Through yourself, Mayor, thank you for your additional question, which we'll take on notice as well and try to get that information.
Thank you, councillors. And I now officially declare briefing closed. It is 10 o'clock. Thank you very much. Councillors, are there any priority topics left on the agenda that you want to speak to? Councillor Smith?
I have three. The financial activity, I have one question. The policy review, terms of reference, I have one question and two questions for policy framework.
Policy framework, policy review, and that. Any other items that any councillors think of a priority that need to be addressed? Deputy Mayor Rowe? Did you have your hand up for something, councillors? Vic? Okay, so we'll do those items first and then we'll go back to proper and see how time goes. So, the financial activity statement you wanted to speak to, Councillor Smith. Which item was that again? 4.19?
Correct, thank you. I just had a question on page 374 under operating grants and subsidies and contributions. I think from memory I've noted in a couple of reports that there has been a variance due to a delay in receiving the Maroojina bushfire recovery grant income. And I just wanted to follow up this time to inquire about the delay, because I think I've seen a number of reports. Thank you.
Ms Jennings, do you have a response to that?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I was walking here. Is that page 374? Correct. Certainly, it took us a while to actually get that grant, so then it's a matter of also, let's see, this manager and timing differences. So it's caused a delay along the way. So once you've had one delay, it continues to go. But I'll just have to ask Ms Thrush whether she's aware that the grant has now been received.
Ms Thrush?
Through you, Mayor. On that one, no, the grant has not been received. We claim for it after we spend it. The predominant part of the works will be starting on ground in the next couple of weeks. And so once we pay the invoices, we then are likely to claim that probably January, February, excuse me, from the state government.
Thank you. Has anyone else got any questions on transactional finance? Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just on the same item on page 374, Ms Jennings, is that Maroojina bushfire recovery grant, is that the federal grant that came through to the state government? They held on to it before they processed it. Is that what we're talking about?
Through the Chair, that's correct.
Any other questions on transactional finance? Oh.
That isn't the federal grant for the building, it is the grant for the clean-up, which is state grant.
Any other questions on transactional finance? Ms Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, I was going to talk to this item anyway, because on pages 384 and 385, there's description of some capital changes, and also on 385 and 386, there's also some changes for a couple of reserves as well. So both of those are then in the recommendations as absolute majority decisions to make those changes to capital, and also some changes to the reserve funds.
Any further questions on the financial activity statement, item 4.19? Okay, I'll go to ordinary council, item 4.26, ordinary council meetings and forums of council policy. No. Vicky, you can speak from up here.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just to point out, following the forum that we had last week, so the policy currently has the briefing on the second Tuesday of the month with the council meeting on the fourth Tuesday of the month. We've amended the agendas being circulated on a Wednesday each week. That includes the briefing agenda, and that will include the OCM agenda, the ordinary council meeting agenda as well. So bringing that forward from the Friday to the Wednesday. Forums will be on the first, third and fifth Tuesday of the month, with council meetings being on a Monday. There'll be no meeting in January each year or October of the local government election year, and December the meeting is on the third Tuesday of the month to accommodate Christmas. And the policy includes that 4 council members can request an item, the CEO to consider including an item on the agenda, and the 3-month projected forum items will be included as part of the Wanneroo wrap.
Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question. I asked it in another place, but I can now ask it on the record tonight because it is now in the draft document proposed by the administration, the 2-week gap between the briefing session and the ordinary council meeting. As councillors, we're meant to make our decisions based on evidence rather than vibes or feelings or any other related materials. So my question is, what evidence is contained in the body of the report that shows that that 2-week gap is likely to lead to better decision making or administrative efficiency? Because as a councillor, I feel the need to make an evidence-based decision on how that will lead to improvement. So my question is how it will lead to better decision making or administrative efficiency.
Mr CEO.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I think I'll answer the question the same way that I did in the forum. I don't think we can look to any other council or the way that they do business for guidance. In developing this policy, it was about consulting with the elected groups, so you guys controlled how you wanted the decision-making process to work. It was the prevailing view from the administrative members that were there in terms of drafting the policy that the preference of the group was to have that extra week to consider the documentation to make informed decisions. That's the view that was established at the forum from my perspective. If you're looking for more evidence than that, I'm sorry, I can't provide that to you. I can't provide you with a best practice framework or an academic reference to suggest that the extra week would provide you with better decision making, but that certainly was the view coming from around the table.
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor. Just based on that answer, I will foreshadow an alternative recommendation for next week.
Thank you. Councillor Herrick.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a couple, if that's okay. During, when we were discussing this, there was an option of the 4-week cycle with the spare 5th week as a consideration to have that spare. I don't remember actually seeing that anywhere floated as an idea that's come through, because I know that was something that was discussed. Have I missed that in any documentation?
Thank you, Mayor. No, within the policy it does mention the fifth week. I haven't got the document open in front of me, but it's certainly I think the forums of council makes mention of how they're going to occur on the 1st, 3rd and 5th when available.
Councillor Herrick.
This one was actually a different option. So there was a number of different options floated for everybody to consider, and this was another one that I don't remember actually being floated to discuss. So we'd have an extra, on the odd occasion there was a 5th week in a month, then we'd have that spare to slot in something else as well, because we've also now, I've noted, page 577, we're now convening on the 1st, 3rd and 5th Monday of the month at 6 o'clock on a Monday. So I certainly don't remember signing up for 3 Mondays of a month.
Mr. CEO.
Yes, the Mondays are making reference to working groups and committee meetings, and they are on an as-needs basis. It would be every Tuesday that you are committing to.
Councillor Herrick.
Thank you, Mayor. I was remiss in asking our directors of their opinion of the implications of actually having that week missed. If you would indulge me in asking the directors what they thought of actually having this new setup and how it would actually implicate them, and if there's any unforeseen circumstances that they can think of that may actually come to play.
Would any of the directors like to make a comment? Okay, any other questions on this item? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Following on from Deputy Mayor Rowe's question about evidence, I think in a previous forum there was a little bit of consultation with the staff to see how it would impact them, and for me, out of that was some information that I take as expertise from the people who it impacts. So that could be potentially something included in a change to report as added, because for me that's part evidence to justify, I guess, in terms of transparency between going between 2 and 4, if that makes sense. So for me, that's some evidence that could be added in a report. I have a question about whether we should consider in the next week, I guess from administration as well, whether we need to have a guideline in our policy about the amount of agenda items as well to help us address issues like this in the future, or prevent issues like this. We can factor in OH&S. I know we've got the legislation that we can meet further, but I think the amount of agenda items is worth looking into. Otherwise, I probably will foreshadow myself an amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Herridge.
I missed my answer. Unless they chose not to, or you didn't throw it.
I
one
threw
wanted
it
to
out to
answer?
the directors and no one actually came
Okay.
back to me. Does any of the
That's
directors?
actually answer enough, to be honest.
Did you want to say something? Yeah, Ms Jennings.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm fairly certain that I couldn't say categorically that I totally know what the implications are. So this isn't, if it's agreed, it will start next year. So we've got to spend a fair bit of time understanding how to change all our processes, particularly in council support. And then I'll probably be able to answer a bit better. But at this stage, I haven't had enough time to actually understand what changes there will be.
Any other questions on this item? Councillor Miles.
Yeah, just a follow-up from Councillor Smith. Just reading through the proposed policy for next week, and in light of CEO and yourself, Mayor, making declarations a bit earlier about wanting to finish at 10 o'clock, this policy obviously should have some reflection of that in there. I was unaware of health and safety now being thrown up to say we can't conduct a meeting past a certain time. So is administration thinking of putting something in there for next week?
Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. It's certainly something that could be considered. We've been doing, prior to my arrival, we had an issue logged on a safety register, which we've been looking into in terms of the amount of time that we have available. So it is an issue that I am aware of, and it has been raised, and therefore it needs to be addressed. Between myself and the Executive Manager of Legal and Governance, it's something we have sought further advice on. So we're probably not ready to formalise a position yet, but certainly it is maybe further reviews of the policy. It's certainly something that we could entertain in terms of finishing times. Other councils that I have worked in have limited the amount of time that the different forums run for. And at that time, the cut-off's there and they stand up and they finish. So it certainly wouldn't be unusual to have cut-off times in a policy.
Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. In light of that then, I would have thought something like that should have been discussed at forum. I may make my own amendment next week and throw it back for another discussion.
Mr CEO, would you like to respond to that? Go back to forum.
Okay. It's you guys can make amendments to the policy. The administration's role here is to try and seek feedback from the elected group and to draft a policy that you guys want in terms of, you know, meeting the requirements for you guys to make informed decisions. That's what we've tried to put together. You can amend this all you like next week. I'm certainly not going to take it personally. This policy is about you guys and your decision-making process. So whatever changes you want to make, that's fine.
There's just one aspect about this policy or this recommendation that's here. Part of this is every year we set the dates for our meetings for the following year. Would we have time to have a forum if a councillor recommends that it goes back to further discussion and it's supported by council? Would we have time to do another forum on it to bring it to the December meeting for the allocation of meetings for next year? That's the only concern I have. Would you be able to make a comment on that?
I understand that historically the City of Wanneroo has made a decision on meeting times in November for the following year. Other councils do it as late as December. As long as that decision is made before the end of the calendar year and it's advertised appropriately, it should meet all of the legislative requirements.
Thank you. I'm just asking that question if that condition. Councillor Herridge?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going through my notes. It's thrown me going through all the different items and not going down. So I do actually have another question. I feel that we've missed a couple of things out of here as well. We haven't touched on budget and long-term planning. I don't know if that's included in the workshops or not, but that's not clear. And one other thing I just wanted to bring up is how we've got here that the agenda for a concept forum will be split into 3 sections. I know we did discuss that it won't all go into one forum because we can't have a workshop appropriately trained, facilitated, and a briefing and a CEO strategic all in one. Like, it just doesn't make sense that it's not all in one, that we can pick and choose and put them together. To me, it looks like it's just all in one, and we can obviously pick it, and that needs to be a little bit clearer.
Mr CEO?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Herridge. The feedback that I got in meeting with individual elected members is that you wanted more engagement through the forum process. So I received the feedback loud and clear that it's very much an information exchange where the staff or somebody comes along and delivers a message to the elected group and you take it on board. There was a request that you wanted more of a workshop style session where you could engage, put your ideas forward, a butcher's paper type of session. We're not saying in putting this policy together that every single forum of council will tick every single one of those boxes. In fact, the number of workshops that you have across the year will actually be quite minimal. The idea of breaking into sections is so that when you're preparing for the meeting, you know exactly what you're in for. You know whether it's an information exchange, you know whether it's a workshop, you know whether it's a... So it's just about splitting the agenda into sections so you know what you're preparing for in coming to each session.
Any other questions on this? If there are no more questions, it's been suggested by Councillor Wright that we do Mr Marmion's item, Mr Storwart's item and Mr Greer's item, because they've been sitting waiting patiently in there, and see if we can get them out of the way before we finish.
And Tian, sorry.
And Tian.
CCTV.
CCTV, okay. So, Steve, I think we'll go with the automated robotics precinct first.
Happy to take any questions, Madam Mayor.
Any questions on this item, guys? On the sponsorship for the enterprise funding agreement with Core Innovation Hub to continue activation of the Australian Automation and Robotics Precinct. Is everyone happy with this, or are there any questions? Councillor Miles.
Just one question, Mr Marmion. How big is the city's logo going to be on the building, and anything else? Because I'm assuming we're going to get a logo somewhere.
I asked, can it be bigger than Joondalup's too? Thank you, Mr Mark.
Who's Joondalup? Sorry, Madam Mayor. The logo, I think in the common user facility, which is going to open on the 15th, it's definitely going to be in the foyer. We're going to have some office space that we can actually use there too. So, yeah, it's going to be good. It's all over the website. We've actually got Business Wanneroo and the city's logo on the website for the art already. That's been on for the last year.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? Thank you so much, Mr Marmion. We'll now go to the, I'm trying to think the quickest ones first. Where's my little bit of paper? We might go to will the golf courses be quick? Mr Greer, come and take your table. So you've got item 4.21, 4.22, 4.23. Oh, I think I made a mistake here. And 4.24, Mr Greer. Do you have any items you want to speak to this evening?
Thank you, Mayor. We don't. Just happy to take questions on any of those.
Councillor Miles, what item would you like to ask a question on?
Thank you, Mayor. Mine goes to 4.22, 4.23, 4.24. My question really is to administration. Bearing in mind that we asked the clubs to provide business cases, why are we just doing small 5-year leases?
Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just referring back to each of the sites in turn just to make sure I'm clear on each one. In the case of the Wanneroo Repertory, Limelight Theatre, it's a 5-year lease but has 3 further options each of 5 years, so 20-year total term. In the case of Wanneroo Sports and Social Club, it is an initial lease of 5 years with a further 1-year option, so total term of 10 years. And in the case of the Wanneroo District's netball, it's 10 years. So no term in total of less than 10 years.
Councillor Miles.
Yeah, the way I read the Wanneroo Repertory one, it was 5 years plus 3 5-year options. So that's 5 years, not 10 years.
It's a maximum term if they exercise their options of 20 altogether. So 5 years and then 5, 5 and 5.
The President, Gwen, did say that they, to obviously fit their business case, 10 years would be preferable. So I think I'll just do an amendment to next week.
Sorry, just through you, Mayor, just to clarify, as noted in the report, the lease document has been provided to the club and the club indicated it was acceptable. They haven't requested a 10-year fixed term to administration.
I'm only going by what she said earlier tonight, where she said that they definitely would like a 10-year and 10-year option, not the 5 and the 5 and the 5. So I will confirm that with administration.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Huntley, what item are you speaking to?
Same one, just on the leases, and so that's 4.22, 23, 24. Again, what I've found with these groups is that they actually can't get finance on a 5-year lease. So when they sign up for that 5 year, even though there's another 5 years, they are struggling to get finance. So that's the issue.
Mr Greer.
Through you, Mayor, that's not a position that's been articulated with any of these groups in lease negotiations. They haven't raised it in those terms. 5 years with further options is what typically would be the case. It's the case with the majority of our community leases that have anything beyond an initial 5 years, and generally they seem to operate fine with that arrangement. If a group flagged that there was a particular unusual funding issue that gave rise to needing a 10 or a 20-year or some other fixed term, they would be encouraged to raise that with us, and we would consider based on evidence that they'd provided showing that they needed
it. Jackie Huntley, you've got another question?
Yeah, we obviously gave Quinns Rocks a 20-year lease. How come they got 20 and everyone else is getting 5?
Mr Greer.
Through you, Mayor, can I just clarify which Quinns Rock site are we talking about? The Quinns Rock Sports Club that went to council several months ago, or another site?
So that will be the Quinns Rock it is, yeah, the glamping site, yeah.
Mr Greer.
Through you, Mayor, as noted in the report for that item, there was a significant capital investment expected from that group. In the case of each of these groups, we're looking at existing facilities, and again, the same would be the case with the majority of our community and sporting groups. They're in sites that the city, obviously Limelight's an exception in terms of the initial build, but in most other cases we built it and they're just continuing to lease in that space.
Yeah, well, that's the issue. Limelight obviously are making a huge contribution. That's massive to them. So, you know, ultimately, if they do ask for a 20-year lease, I can't see why we can't give it to them.
Through you, Mayor, the only caution I would add to that is, one, firstly, they haven't requested 10 plus 10. Secondly, they haven't articulated that they're unable to get finance. They haven't articulated that they were unable to get finance based on what we've put forward. And thirdly, there is an element of transition that's happening in that facility, which is why administration thought the 5, 5, 5 and 5 was a more prudent approach rather than locking in a 20-year total term in one go for a site that is moving from a ground lease to a building lease, and the city is adopting a more involved but potentially some additional costs in terms of the maintenance.
Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on the netball, which is for 24, I did note that there was 10 years with no option. I'm assuming that's obviously okay with the club, but I just wanted to raise it and just, I'm surprised that it was no options, I suppose. Is that what it was last time?
Mr Greer.
Through you, Mayor, my understanding, but I will take it on notice and just clarify in the updated report, I understand that was what they ultimately agreed to. I think there may have been a 5 and a 5 put forward initially, and they've requested 10 in their context.
Yep. Councillor Herring.
Thank you. I just found it quite strange, being that we've now, we're redoing the grounds as well, which I was interested, the refurb that's going on at the moment and the lights haven't been included in this listing that we've got that is included with the facility and the upgrades. Has that been missed, or is that actually just ours and it's not got anything to do with the lease with the club?
Mr Greer.
Through you, Mayor, the rest of the facility would be ours and would be hired, probably very similar to some of the other portions of Kingsway Regional Sporting Complex, where there's pitches and lights on those pitches that are hired through community facilities, and then a building that's exclusive and that's leased.
I actually have a question about the Repertory Theatre. I'm looking at a cost of $95,000 immediately. We've already spent $20,000 on top of that in costs for the lease preparation. But the $25,000 cost is for obtaining additional condition and compliance information, which quite possibly could blow out to extra costs to try and make that building compliant. Is that correct? So we're not just stuck with $115,000 cost so far. It could blow out with unfunded expenditure if we take control of the building. Is that correct, Mr Greer?
Thank you, Mayor. It is, but I guess the answer on that's tempered by the due diligence that's been completed already and is provided in the report. There have been investigations on the building, so it's not a sight on scene context. We've got some understanding of what we're looking at. The view from both our property team and also from our assets team that's looked at the site is that the overall condition can be managed and compliance can be managed in a staged approach. And in a number of cases, it's more likely to be what's termed a performance management option because of the age of the facility and the need that if you change items, you potentially have further items you need to do. There are levels of compliance action that's required, and the view is in most, if not the vast majority of cases, it can be managed and then staged. So through our budget process, we'd be requesting funds as we identified what needed to be implemented.
And there's no funds applied for the Disability Action Plan. It would be interesting to know what that costs to make that, to put the disability access in there as well.
Through you, Mayor, I can add some clarification. I think it may actually be accommodated in some of those costs. The implementation is still to be determined, but I think the plan itself might already be in some of those figures that are provided. I'll just clarify.
Also, well, from what I see, the urgent maintenance and repairs is in the 60 grand, but the other non-urgent maintenance and repairs and the disability action compliance is pending further investigation. So that's further unfunded funds that we will have to find for this project as well. What is the building life of this project as well?
Thank you, Mayor. In the due diligence, it's noted on numbered paragraphs 1 and 2 in the detail section, on the second page of the detail section. It's a building life of 15 years, but a building life of 15 years, I think in general, is subject to prolonging through further preventative maintenance. So it's expected if we're more proactive, in the way that would be a city facility, that building life would likely extend further through better and more involved maintenance.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on these items for Mr Greer? If there are no more questions, we'll go to the Australia Day and then we go to Tian's one. Mr Storwitz, would you like to come down to the Australia Day item, please? Which is item 4.15, the date of future Australia Day citizenship ceremonies. Thank you, Mr Greer. Ms Davis, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. This item was presented and discussed at Council Forum. We'll hand it back to yourself. Thank you.
Any questions on this item, councillors? Deputy Mayor Rowe.
One quick question, Mayor, and informally I've discussed it with senior leadership, but can I get confirmation that a member of the executive will attend the next meeting of Near-Cuttigan Court to explain Council's decision one way or another at our next meeting, which is in several weeks' time?
Ms Davis.
Through yourself, Mayor, yes, thank you, Councillor. I will attend that meeting.
Are there any other questions on this item? Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. I kind of had a statement, but I'm going to ask it in a question and see if it works this way. The word pursuant on page 303, that it says that to assist a council member's consideration of the matter pursuant to item 2 of the FACE Committee's recommendation, I just want to make sure that pursuant doesn't mean that we made a decision, because we're a non-decision making body and we can't instruct admin on what to do.
Ms Davis or Mr Stewart?
Sorry, or expend funds, which is the point I was getting to. Thank you.
Mr Stewart?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, you're correct. Councillors, the FACE Committee is not a decision-making body. It was just purely to indicate that in response to that recommendation from the FACE Committee, that additional consultation was undertaken to inform further decision-making.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? If there are no other questions on this item, thank you, Mr Storwitz. Now, Mr Coates, what item is your item on the agenda?
Yep. Madam Mayor, it's 4.16 and 4.18.
Thank you. So we now go to item 4.16 and 4.18. Ms Jennings, will you be speaking to these items?
Thank you, Mayor. These items have been to a service review working group, which most of the councillors were involved in, so I don't intend to present anything further. Happy to take questions.
Okay, do we have any questions for item 4.16, councillors? Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I do appreciate the report, Ms Jennings. I think the CCTV camera network is very important to our ratepayers. And I just wanted to ask a question on the reason that we're sort of getting it now and making a sort of decision to go ahead with expanding when we haven't gone through the budget process.
Ms Jennings.
Sorry, through the chair, are we on 4.18? Yeah.
No, we were on 4.16, the Service Review Committee, Councillor Miles.
I thought we were doing CCTV.
No, we're doing 4.16, then we're doing 4.18. Any questions on 4.16? If there are no questions on 4.16, we now go to 4.18. Councillor Miles, that your question?
That's what happens when you jump around. So going back to the question that I was asking on the CCTV, we're sort of going to make a decision tonight to say, yes, we want to expand it, we want to do all these wonderful things, but we haven't actually decided our budget yet. So should we not have sort of allocated something in the budget first and then done the review? But we're sort of doing it the opposite.
Ms Jennings?
Thank you, Mayor. The first of all is to bring the CCTV up to spec, which is utilising the next budget amount, so we're not changing the budget amount. But then you'll also see that we're looking at an implementation plan. So what we're going to actually do is, as we actually do that work of the implementation plan, that will feed its way into the budget as well. So anything further?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, that is correct. Similar to what we've done with Streetscape Service Review, the next progression of the service review after approval of recommendations will be implementation plan, and then through the structure of getting sufficient funding through the budget process, it will lead to implementation of those items, which will then feed back to the service review working group in terms of progress on that implementation plan.
Councillor Miles?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just to probably finalise it here, so the report, not that I could see, so what business unit's going to own CCTV network, bearing in mind that you're part of finance? Are you taking on security as well, Ms Jennings?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, we're looking at actually seeing if we can outsource that work. It's not something that the Customer and Information Services team has been built for at this point. So we'll have to just look at the options of outsourcing.
Any other questions on CCTV, councillors? If there are no further questions, thank you very much. Oh, yes, Councillor Herridge.
Thank you. Just on 417 on the quarter report, pages 341, 42 and 43, I thought might actually be handy for councillors as an A3 for our next long-term financial plan, being this is our corporate business plan, as a snapshot of where it's at. Yeah, but it's also up to date.
It is a bit hard to read.
Page 341. So I've gone into the Q4 corporate report. It's got our CBP in there.
Okay, through the Mayor, I'll make sure this is a bit bigger for next time. Sorry, which page is it exactly?
So it's the 341, 342 and 343.
Yep.
If we can have a big copy, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so now going through the agenda, Councillor Smith wanted to speak to the Policy Review Committee terms of reference. Is that correct? Thank you. So, Mr Parker, would you like, or Ms Coles, would you like to speak to item 4.27?
Yep.
Go.
Through you, Mayor. So the terms of reference that are currently before you are written assuming that no delegation is being given to the policy committee. However, the advice that we've had is confirmed that you can delegate. So we did originally have an opinion from Wilga that you couldn't, but the actual legal position under the Act is that you can. But obviously, policy is one of council's main roles in local government. So, you know, there are obviously the governance requirements around that. So depending on council's feedback, the terms of reference can be amended to include delegation if that's something that council want to provide delegation to that committee, noting that any policy requiring an absolute majority would have to go to council. And then we've also got in the ordinary meeting policy indicates that major revisions and new policies will go to council forums. So the council could therefore have the delegated authority in place to deal with minor revisions, formatting and legislative amendments, and we can make those amendments. It'll just mean that when the resolution comes to council, the committee is established under 5.8, we will have to have part of the resolution in there to provide the committee with the delegation with the conditions that council see fit.
Thank you. Just quickly, I just want to bring up something on page 584, item 8, roles and responsibilities. The second sentence, the Policy Review Committee is responsible for approving the revision and repeal of council policies. I think we should put in there minor revision, not revision, if you have a look here, on page 594. Because it's the other policy says that council does major revision and new policies, and I think it would be better to put minor revision in that there for the roles and responsibilities of the council policy there. If council agree with it. Councillor Smith, you wanted to bring this up, so would you like to ask a question? Thank you.
Depending on if it changes with the delegation and then if that opens up to all councillors being on, my one question was if we don't go that way, if we can just clarify in the terms of reference how deputies are chosen to replace, if that makes sense. So that's clear.
Yeah, I think we had a discussion over dinner about it. What might be an idea is that one member of one member from each ward is on the policy committee, and if that member isn't there, it's their other co-councillor available from the ward, so that it works out more equitably. Is that correct, Ms Smith? Something like that to encompass a more fair distribution. Is that correct?
Sounds like a good idea. I'm not advocating any particular which way. All I'm seeking in a policy is clear direction of how that happens to manage expectations and provide clear, guidance to administration for if that circumstance came up. What's the best way to do it to provide fairness and consistency? So I don't know if other people want to weigh in on what the best option is for the method. But I do like that idea as one idea, but it's the first idea kind of that's been thrown up at short notice. So, yeah, thanks.
There might be a better idea too, but Councillor Wright, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to ask the question. So is administration happy to bring that as an administrative change, or would you prefer an amendment from a councillor? Because I know obviously the discussion in formation of those guiding principles, that was the advice we received and the discussion at the forum, but obviously that's changed since. Is that something admin's happy to bring as an administrative change from the briefing to the OCM?
Ms Coles.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wright. It would have to be brought as an amendment because as administration, we have to act on your previous resolution that you have in place.
Councillor Smith.
Okay, I just wanted to check that it was an amendment, not an alternative in terms of, because it's a big shift in power, so.
I don't think it's changing the intent of the policy. It's adding to it. Deputy Mayor Rowe?
It's sort of building on this discussion, Mayor, in terms of finding deputies and things like that. My position next week will likely be, not that I'll foreshadow it, if someone wants to be on this committee and there's more nominations, I don't want to deny them the opportunity to do so. So if there's some consideration next week or discussion around either full membership or whoever wants to be on is opt-in, that'll be what I may be indicating to next week. I don't want a contested nomination where someone's get shut out from a policy-making forum.
Yes, yes, that's a valid statement or question or foreshadowed amendment. Any other questions on this item, councillors? If there are no other questions on this item, there was the item 4.28 that one of the councillors wanted us to speak to, which is the council policy framework policy. Did you want to speak to this, Ms Coles, Mr CEO? Are there any questions on item 4.28, which is on page 589 of the agenda? Yes, Councillor Herridge.
Just a very quick one, because I'd like to go to 4.25 if we can before 11 o'clock. On the top of page 590, that blurb just doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit with this item. I think it's been an incorrect copy or paste, and it's talking about a policy, but this isn't a policy. It didn't make sense. It's a committee. That was it.
What?
On the top of page 590. There was a copy and paste that's an error. I think there's...
Talks about a committee, but this is about a policy.
Yes, that's the one. Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Talks about a committee, but we're on a policy. So there may be details that's missed.
Any other questions on council policy framework? Okay, and which was the item you wanted to go to, Councillor Herridge? 425. Okay, item 425. Mr Brett Matthewson, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor. It's pretty much as was previously discussed, with the one change being that when we carried out the detailed investigation into the population numbers, an alternative solution that hadn't previously been discussed presented itself, which was to, instead of transitioning Alkimos or part of Alkimos, was to move the suburb of Jindalee, which is, again, conveniently located on the border between the two wards, and which will give us an almost equivalent effect to moving the East Alkimos region that we talked about previously.
Thank you. Any questions on the ward boundaries? It's done. Okay. It's 11 o'clock. Mr CEO, do you want to make your call?
There's only two.
We've done 4.17. We talked about that. Yep.
So 4.14.
So we've got...
I can talk to that.
So we've got two items left, councillors, and it's up to the CEO whether his staff have to go home or not. It's 11 o'clock. Okay, item 4.14, Walga North Zone and State Council agenda. Does anyone want to, any of the directors want to speak to that item?
No,
okay,
thank you, Mayor.
do you have it? Oh, Ms Davis, would you like to speak?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Smith, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. I noticed in the report there was a mention of a webinar, I think on October 31st, so I was just wondering if anything came out of that that is worth updating us about that influences this. Thank you.
Through the Mayor, I have been advised that information from that webinar did reinforce the council, the administration's request to have this item listed on the zone agenda.
Any other questions on item 4.14? There are no more questions on item 4.14. 4.29, the CEO's annual delegated authority review. Are there any questions? Oh, do you want to speak to this, Mr. CEO? Vicky?
Just quickly, so this is a minor review of 2 delegations, but it's also an opportunity to realign the time of year we actually review the delegated authority register, because doing it May through to June is quite difficult for the administration because we're usually in budget mode. So it will now switch it. You have to do it annually, so we've had to do the major review, mini review to realign.
Any questions on this item, councillors? If there are no questions on this item, councillors, I declare the meeting closed at 11:02 p.m.